Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream tonight. Thank you all for joining. If you are new here, thank you for coming, and feel free to hit that subscribe button. I'd appreciate it, and I think you'll like it in the long run. If this is somewhere you come often, then welcome back. So tonight, we are working on putting God of War to bed once again. We are in the Hades trial, and if I'm not mistaken, we finished the what I call the hallway of death, just because you have to kill so many things to be able to get through the hallway. Just getting set up here really quick. And hello, dear. Nice to see you too. Been a long time. But anyway, so enough of my foolishness. Make sure everybody can hear. Okay, let's do it. Nope. Okay. So I got to go through and kill everybody. Make Hades happy. Oh, she turned into stone too? Thanks. Okay then. Sure, why not? Now, if you were here last week, you saw that I made the unfortunate mistake of not knowing how to get through certain parts of the walls, because it didn't give me a prompt to press R2 to open it, or push it out of the way. Thank you for the dino nuggie, sweetheart. Get over here, dude. I'm trying to kill you. What's wrong with you? Do you mind? Well, there's one. Let's see, do I need help? No. Architect that built the maze will bump you too. So sensitive. So that is to there. They gotta go through here. Of course, I go the wrong way. No! Dadgummit. Oh. I could kill those birds a lot faster if it would register the movement correctly. Come on, let's check out. Not this time. There we go. This way, go right here. That's the way out. Let's go over here. I guess she had a bad hair day. I'll see myself out. I remember now. Mother. Okay. Oh, there's that one. Up close and personal. Okay, people are dead. Alright, you know what? Do a little something something. Get on, kid. Come on. What you got? Whoa, whoa, whoa now. Can you please just die? Right. I remember now. Wiggity wiggity woo. What's going on, man? So Blaze, have you seen the freak out this past week from all of the developers and stuff not liking what was it Silksong did with like pricing their game so low and stuff like that? Personally, yeah, I thought it was hilarious because I'm like, and granted, I mean small indie developers, they kind of do have a point, but like EA and people and developers like that complaining, like I'm just sitting back like, have you tried not sucking? Maybe? I got one more. It's always the one that got away. Wait, there you are. Yeah, right. I'm I'm just I was reading it and I was sitting back and if what's up, Owen? How's it going, buddy? Yeah, I was reading it and I was remembering I did. I guess I didn't get everybody. Yeah, how's it going, Owen? But yeah, I was reading about Silksong and developers, not just EA, but like EA, they were talking about, oh yeah, they shouldn't price their games so low. And I'm remembering back to 2004 when Sega priced ESPN NFL 2K5 at $20. And EA basically, they got so mad at Sega that they used their enormous bankroll to get the NFL to give them an exclusive licensing rights, essentially shutting everybody out of the NFL market. And they were allowed to do it because they weren't basically copyrighting football. It was just an exclusive license with one thing. And then the NFL was like, well, we don't want them cheapening our brand. Oh yeah, it was super petty. I mean, the petty is strong with this one. Netflix and UFC. I heard something about that, but I don't know much about it. I got to be honest with you. But I did hear that some fights will be on Netflix exclusively. But I mean, it's no different than pay-per-view. But I mean, single one-time events is it. Maybe that's the guy I'm missing. There we go. Yeah, I mean, single one-time events, I mean, that's been happening for years, and I get it. But if you're talking about video games and a certain property licensed to one studio, just like Star Wars did, thankfully, thankfully they let go, not like it did much good because Outlaws was terrible. Ooh, this is the part that, yeah, I'm not good. Spider-Man and Sony, they're not the only people who can make a Spider-Man video game. bump you too. That's okay. Thank you, darling.
Air fryer. Do you want sauce? We have Carolina barbecue sauce.
Yes.
Okay, I'll be trying.
Thank you. They did for real. That's pretty funny. Talk about like being not having your hand on the pulse of your customer. Yes. I mean, come on, people, just pay attention for 5 seconds. Just 5 seconds. And yeah, whatever. And it's funny because it's almost like EA is trying their best. Thank you.
Welcome. You didn't turn my kettle off. Just make sure you leave them on. It's
I thought I did. My bad.
no, that's burnt.
Okay. Can I go back up here now? Yeah. Or no, I can't. Okay. Yeah, it's like get a clue, man. Randy Pitchford's response to Borderlands 4 before. Okay, who is Randy Pitchford? Because I did hear something, but I don't remember a name attached to it. CEO of the company behind Borderlands series, or so I did hear something about it, but it was like you're not going to get more than some kind of stupid low FPS out of it. Was it like 24 or something? And I've heard positive things about it too, but I know that there has been some issues with the frame rates. Lol. Awesome. I'm an originalist. Borderlands 1 was my favorite. I was really mad when I found out that Brick wasn't going to be a playable character anymore. Oops. Nope. Crap. The nuggies are good, baby. Nice and hot. You like God of War 2 better? You're a traitor. Hey, I like what I like. Man. This is not going well. Maybe it's all the. I'm distracted by the nuggies. I know that one of these doors has something in it that I need, but I can't remember which one it is. So, Owen and Blaze, if y'all had a favorite game of all time, what is it? Pretty good choices. What about you, Blaze? Well, sweetheart, I didn't think you had a favorite. Battlefield 4 best multiplayer. See, well, I'm not really talking about the multiplayer for it, but as far as like first-person shooters, I would definitely take Modern Warfare 2 from 2011. Modern Warfare 2. No, I don't mean magic. I mean yes, that you definitely can keep me on my toes. Eat it, eat it, eat it. So Coffee Killer knows this because of what she just mentioned, but my favorite game of all time is Super Mario Brothers 3. I need to go and kill those dudes first. $1988 before your time. I need the magic. The way I describe it to people is Super Mario 3 is so good that even Mario himself, even after all the mess that he has to go through in the game, he is smiling the entire time.
Let the rage of the gods drive your blades, Kratos.
There we go. In that game, yes, he is. The second one is he's not the main antagonist. Actually, I meant to look up the other day who voices Athena in this. Carol Rougier. Nope, nobody that I know. Or know of. Who's ready for steak? Halo Reach as well, and that's all I can really... Oh, okay. You know, I know a lot of people rave about Halo Reach. And, I mean, I've played it. I don't get the... I don't get it, I guess is the best way to say this, or say it. So I stand by my original statement that Halo 1 is my favorite. How old did you say you were, Owen? $25? Yeah, that sounds about right. Well, that is one of the reasons that I have this channel, is to introduce a new generation to the games that I had when I was a kid and a young adult. Let's see here. In 2001, I was 17. So you didn't play Halo, but you played God of War, which came out 4 years later. You played God of War when you were 5 or 6? It's kind of funny. Save point. At this spot in the game, save soon, save often. Your dad loved watching you play? Oh, okay. Did he like how good you were at it, or did he like watching you fail, or what? Speaking of failing, gotcha. Well, that went the right way. I'm dead. I almost gave up on beating God of War, or this game, the first time because of this part. All right, so a lot of people ask me why I use an emulator for playing these old games, and there's a couple of different reasons. Number one, the physical copies, they tend to wear out eventually, right? So watch in the bottom right hand corner of your screen. See that little 17 of 18 thing? Those are achievements, and the emulator links to my account at retroachievements.com, and it tracks my progress on the listed achievements. And that I know of, that's not possible on a console with an original copy. In a little bit, I'll switch over to the website so you guys can see it. I love trying to get the achievements. A lot of them I suck at, but that's okay. Can I go in there? Nope. Ooh! Almost got him. I don't know what's worse, this part or the spinning towers of death. I eat the nuggies to lock in. Oh wait, I know what I'm missing. Ah, it's better. I just needed a sip of sweet tea. That's all it took. What the... Huh. Not everybody's addicted to coffee. Yeah, this is pretty nuts compared to the towers. Will I slide down this? I don't remember. If I die doing this, I'm gonna be pissed. Especially if it's the wrong way. Yeah, the second time I played through this, the towers weren't that big of a deal. Muse key. Alright, cool. You look down there. I'm back to where I started. And even as many times as I died doing that, that was a cakewalk compared to the first time that I played this. Like I said, I was ready to quit and never play this again. I think I deserve a nuggy break. No, the sirens in the desert. Oh, that was a booger. No question about that. Yeah, I am too. After dinner and then almost finishing my nuggets. You know what? I'm gonna do this. Fighting your clones Ares made. That actually wasn't that bad to me. I mean, it was tough, but it wasn't that bad. I'm gonna go back and record the Blades of Hades for a video. Yeah, I mean, I have my strengths, I guess. Come on, Bessie, let's dance. Okay, good night, sweetheart. messed that one up. Dang it. Skadoosh. Yeah. Come on, Bessie. Back down here. Oh, I hit the wrong stick. I don't know what happened that time. I would really like to, but I don't think I'm going to beat it tonight. Tomorrow, probably. If I can get past the stupid cat. Oops. Get going. That cow is stunned for a really long time. Yeah, I'm relatively towards the end. You're gonna get right on top of me. If there was a time to use that, that was it. Yoink. I use OBS Studio for recording and streaming, and there's a vertical plugin where it's made for YouTube Shorts and TikTok and stuff like that. And there, I can click a button and it'll record the last 7 minutes, and I can edit it however I want. And yeah, that'll make a nice little bit of content right there. Oops, didn't mean to do that. My last has followed his brother to the Elysian fields, in my heart I know most tenure they took. Where do I go now? I do not remember. I don't want to have to go from whence I came. Oh, wait, I think I remember where to go. I think. Nope, I didn't know. He deteriorated quick.
Lord Hades.
Your progress is impressive, Kratos. But your skills will not carry you to your ultimate goal. I offer you the souls of Hades itself. The souls of the dead, who stand ready to fight by your side. Take this weapon, Kratos. Take this power, and use it to defeat your enemies.
Thanks, dude. So right there is another achievement.
Kratos. Go forth in the name of Olympus.
Yeah, get your fiery looking head on my way. I think that Hades is the last one of the trials of Pandora. Trying to remember how to line this up right. Doo-doo-doo. Because I'm pretty sure I need the light shining all the way through to hit the jewel in the middle. Oh, already went through there. Command of mine. One of the bravest heroes to know its puzzles, survives dangers. Cool. Alright, so that's definitely not it. Now we're talking. Over through here. Dude, y'all don't even want to do this. Not in the mood, man. Oops. There we go.
Your progress is impressive, Kratos. But be warned. Once you ascend to the upper levels of the temple, you will not be able to return without Pandora's box.
As Kratos rose through the massive temple constructed to guard Pandora's box, he realized it was a monument not only to the gods of Olympus, but to the madness of the mortal who had designed it. He had conquered the lower floors of Pandora's temple, but what lay in wait above would test even the greatest mortal. Kratos had been in service to the gods long enough to know the Harpy had been sent as a warning, a reminder from his former master of the decision that had cost Kratos everything. Had it been that long since he'd almost met his end at the hands of the barbarians? That long since he'd traded everything to save himself?
Ares!
The sky split apart, and the god of war stepped through. Descending from Olympus, he saw the makings of a god in a mere mortal. Ares would save Kratos. He would turn him into the perfect warrior, his servant on Earth. Only a simple pledge of loyalty was required.
My life is yours, Ares. From this day, I shall carry forth your will.
And his fate was sealed. As promised, Ares rescued his new disciple, bringing forth the power of a god, destroying those who would slaughter Kratos and his men.
Kratos is kind of an idiot.
Kratos, No mere sword and shield would befit the newest servant of the god of war. The blades of chaos, forged in the foulest depths of Hades. Once attached, the chains remained so, chained and seared to the flesh, a part of the bearer's body, a permanent reminder of Kratos' pledge. In return, ultimate power. The rage of Ares exploded from within. But soon, he would learn the true cost of such power. A cost too high even for Kratos to pay.
Wretched beast! I know who it is you serve. Return to your master. Tell the god of war I am his no longer. Tell him he is not safe while I walk the earth. I will find Pandora's box. And I will use it to see him tremble and fall before me.
Like I said, yeah, Kratos is kind of an idiot. Whoa, 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 whoa. Why did he jump? Yeah, I think I'll just let go right here. No big deal. Try not to make the same mistake twice. Bye-bye. Yeah, I'm vaguely remembering this part, and it was not a good time. Things are such a booger to beat. Attacks, we'll go with that. I also have that. Oops. Yeah, this one's a booger. I remember this part specifically now. Because once I get done up here, then I have to go back across those stupid things. These stupid cows ever die? Well, that was kind of a waste of time. think that cow would ever die.
Let the rage of the gods drive your blades, Kratos.
Hera's necklace. I remember this. Kinda. Alright, yeah. So we need this guy to go in here, I think. Gonna fit? Oh yeah, there we go. Alright, so then this guy's gonna go there. Not sure about that one yet. I think this one's gonna go here. According to this, one thing about the Greeks, they loved their puzzles. Trying to do all this from memory. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna get you, turn you around. So if I take this guy and turn him around. May not even use that small block. The other way. I've had to unfortunately move a lot in my life and like move places to live. And my wife calls me the Tetris master. I guess this proves it. I didn't even have to look it up. Feather, feather, feather. Dang it. Grab him. Yeah, how do I get the Aphrodite's necklace? I don't remember. I'm gonna have to look it up because I don't remember. I took the tunnel to enter the meat of Cliffs of Madness. The cliffs path somewhat non-linear, so I'm gonna have to go back some. Nah, it's okay. Apparently I missed the spot. Told y'all I had to go back across this thing. On the road to reach the cliff edge where the archers were, clean up any stragglers, and you'll find a small elevator platform. Get on the platform, turn the crane, and reach the next level of cliffs. Here's the first branch of the path. Right at the top of the elevator is a ladder that leads upwards, but you'll want to take a different path. All right. Nuggy break. Alrighty then. Ah. Yeah, that should be fun. I'm dead. Just wait for the timer to run out. That part is a booger. Not so bad, right? I'm trying very, very, very hard to get to Hades tonight. Because, spoiler alert, in the process of everything, Kratos has to go to the land of the dead. If I remember correctly, Harry sends him there for disobedience. Who would have thunk it? You tried to kill him and he took it personally.
The path before Kratos was clear, but still, the memories came rushing back, as familiar and permanent as the blades chained to his wrists. Memories of what he'd done in the name of Ares. Memories of how he'd become a servant to the god of war. A beast. His humanity robbed and replaced only with the will to murder. No one was safe. Entire armies fell before Kratos and the soldiers who followed him on his unending path of conquest. All in the name of his master. Those who offered resistance of any kind were dealt with quickly.
They've built this temple to offer prayers to Athena! This entire village stands as an affront to Lord Ares! Burn this village! Burn it to the ground!
Emboldened by the god of war, Kratos' army was ruthless, feared throughout the world for their brutality. All that mattered was conquest in the name of Kratos, their great leader, who had become near invincible. He feared nothing. But there was something about this temple, something forbidden. All his instincts told him he should never cross its threshold. Never step inside.
Beware, Kratos. The dangers in the temple are greater than you know.
But the village oracle's warning fell on deaf ears. His ambition would not be denied. All who opposed him would die. In that instant, the glory he had reveled in turned to horror. The image of his two final victims would stay with him for all his days. With that act, Kratos knew he could no longer serve his master. He had but one calling now, the death of Ares. He would murder the god of war.
Ares, you will die for what you did that night.
Well, crap. I really forgot how long this game is. This part in particular just keeps going and going and going. I think there's another pad over here that I have to put a statue on top of. Fuck her off, man. Alrighty, where is that other statue? Mother This bucket. Get over here. One of them things in there, two of them, yeah, it's pushing. I absolutely detest the mechanic that they use for opening doors in this game. Feather, feather, feather. Yes. I wonder if I can lift that thing or raise that thing back up. Indubitably. Yeah, I'm gonna move. Hey, I moved right along. Okay. Now I gotta go back across and open the other door. And do it quickly. Crap. Tried to stop me. She said the gods were fools. I was a fool. She may be right, but they came to me. With me, she had to be stopped. Now they are gone. My entire family came along. I really hope this is the end of the Pandora challenge. I don't remember if it is, though. It is not. What's up, Aquaman? Well then. Methinks this is what we've been looking for.
Kratos, your quest is at an end. You are the first mortal to ever reach Pandora's box. There is still time to save Athens. You must bring the box back to my city and use it to kill Ares. Return to Athens, Kratos. Return and save my city.
I mean, the least they can do is teleport him or something.
You must bring Pandora's box back to Athens, Kratos. You cannot defeat Ares without it.
After 1,000 years, Pandora's box was at last freed of its confines. Kratos had found the means to destroy the god of war.
Yeah, pretty
Far
much.
away in Athens, Ares knew
He's
Kratos
toast.
had succeeded in his quest.
So, little Spartan, you've recovered Zeus's precious box, but you will not live long enough to see it opened. I will see to that. Goodbye, Spartan. You will rot in the depths of Hades for all eternity.
As the life began to leave Kratos, his thoughts returned to that fateful night. Even in death, the memories, the visions would not fade. For how could he forget spilling the blood of his own family? A cruel trick orchestrated by the god of war.
My wife, my child, how? They were left in Sparta.
You are becoming all I'd hoped you'd be, Kratos. Now, with your wife and child dead, nothing will hold you back. You'll become even stronger. You will become death itself.
But as the flames consumed the temple, Kratos realized his true enemy was the god who once saved his life. The same god who had now taken everything from him.
Ares!
From this night forward, the mark of your terrible deed will be visible to all. The ashes of your wife and child will remain fastened to your skin, never to be removed.
And with that curse, all would know him for the beast he had become. His skin white with the ash of his dead family. The ghost of Sparta had been born. In the end, in death, he had failed. As the minions of Ares claimed Pandora's box, Kratos' life faded, and his cursed soul was cast into the fires of Hades.
All that work just to fail at the end.
and Kratos fell
Because
into the underworld.
Ares took it
The
personally.
river Styx beckoning below. The currents strong enough to carry even the strongest mortal to his eternal resting place. But Kratos had no intention of resting yet. He intended to live, to return to Earth and complete his quest.
Let go, fool! You won't drag me down to that cursed river!
There is a task left for me above. I will see it completed.
You again?
Well, it was my goal tonight to get 2 Hades, and it looks like I have succeeded. Barely, but success nonetheless. Feather. Dang. Feather? Nope. You mother plus bucket. He made some in God of War 2 again. Yeah. That's right. I didn't really remember that until you just said it. You. That guy needs to die. Correct. Got a little too ahead of myself. So close. That's okay though. funny, all the enemies in Hades are the exact same ones from the rest of the game. They're just sparkling now. Ah, the good old Towers of Death. Yes, I am. Actually, I think I'm almost through. Yeah, I was too, honestly. Okay. If I'm not mistaken, the next stop is the fight with Ares, so I'm gonna try to finish it tonight. And since I have all these orbs, I'll go ahead and level up stuff. Of course, it's hard for me to remember whether or not I'm actually going to be using any of it. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. As long as I have enough, or if I keep enough magic. Spam. Okay. That was kind of the plan. I don't think I've ever tried that one before. Fight with a stupid sword in the second half of the fight. Yep. Is it that easy to get out of the underworld? The boat captain. Yeah, I mean, if I remember correctly, the next stop is Ares. Because he's back in Athens now.
Kratos. And not a moment too soon. I only finished digging just a moment ago.
Who are you?
Now that is an interesting question. But for now, you must hurry. Athens needs you.
But how did you know I would...
Athena isn't the only god keeping watch on you, Spartan. Complete your task, Kratos.
Yeah, that's who it was. It was the boat captain, and then he sees him again in God of War 2. I hated that you missed the spinning towers of death. I did pretty good, all things considering. The first one, I did it in the first shot. The second one, it took me about 4 tries. I might have, because I'm thinking about getting the God of War collection on PS5, just because I want to have access to God of War 3. That's what I hear, but I have not played it the first single time, and I tried to get the PS3 emulator working today, and I was not successful. I cannot stand the new ones. It's the combat, it's it's trying to have like a super deep story and everything. I mean, okay, have a story, that's fine, but don't make the story your entire identity, because it ain't that important to somebody wanting to play God of War. If you want to play God of War, you want to break and kill and smash everything you possibly can. Like, I don't hear it. Like, oh, the guy who basically sold his soul to Ares just for victory in battle, and then complains because Ares gonna Ares. Like, what is wrong with you? He doesn't feel or act like Kratos, even though yeah. And then I think in the like the expansion, well, the DLC for Ragnarok, there's a point where old Kratos talks to young
Kratos had
Kratos.
traversed the desert of lost souls, bested the deadly traps of Pandora's temple, and escaped Hades itself. There was but one task left.
Zeus! Do you see now what your son can do? You cast your favor on Athena, but her city lies in ruins before me. And now, even Pandora's box is mine. Would you have me use it against Olympus itself?
Kratos returned even from the underworld.
Is this the best you can do, Father? You send a broken mortal to defeat me, the god of war?
After thousands of years, Pandora's box was finally opened. The power of the gods unleashed.
You are still just a mortal. Every bit as weak as the day you begged me to save your life.
I am not the same man you found that day. The monster you've created has returned to kill you.
You have no idea what a true monster is, Kratos. Your final lesson is at hand. Prepare to join your family, Spartan.
Oh, wait.
You are no warrior. Brilliant! You have already lost, Spartan! Why do you resist me, Spartan? Advance and embrace your death, mortal! You are no warrior.
Dang it.
You test my fighting resistance, Spartan. Do you feel the rage that drives your blades, Kratos? Advance and embrace your death, mortal!
Dang it. Well, I hit the wrong button.
Test my patience! You are no warrior.
Let the rage of the gods drive your blades, Kratos.
I have taught you many ways to kill a mortal, Kratos. Flesh that burns, bones that break. But to break a man's spirit is to truly destroy him. Do you recognize this place, Spartan? The location of your greatest failure? Perhaps there is a chance you can undo the deeds of the past.
The nightmares that had haunted Kratos for the past 10 years had now taken form and substance. His past stood before him.
Kind of sucks that I already used the
By the gods, can this be real?
his the rage. I forget what it's called, but meters in the bottom right hand corner. That's all right. Oh, wait, still got it.
Let the rage of the gods drive your blades,
Oh,
Kratos.
really?
Kratos had done the impossible. He had saved his family.
Kratos, please take us home.
Do you see, God of War? You took them once, but you'll never have them again.
You cannot save them, Kratos. You gave them up in your quest for ultimate power. There is a price to pay for everything you gain.
Not that price. I didn't want them to die.
No price is too high for what I offered. And you rejected me. A god! Now, you will have no power, no magic. All that is left for you is death!
Oh, not again.
Basically, yes.
You have joined me, Kratos. You should have been stronger.
By the gods.
The battle was not over. The gods, it seemed, had a final gift for Kratos.
I still have allies in Olympus, Ares. Now, you will see how strong I am.
You cannot defeat me, Spartan! Pathetic. I will show you what real power
You'd really start to miss me off.
all your strength. Kratos.
I think that's
It
game.
was I who saved you in your time of greatest need.
I haven't forgotten, Ares. I remember how you saved me.
That night, I was trying to make you a great warrior.
You succeeded.
Kratos had done me impossible. A mortal defeating a god. Ares was no more. The city had been saved and would thrive again. The same could not be said for Kratos, for as he sought to rebuild his soul with the help of the gods, the truth was revealed to him.
Athena, rid me of the memories that haunt me still.
You have done well, Kratos. Though we mourn the death of our brother, the gods are indebted to you. We promised your sins would be forgiven, and so they are. But we never promised to take away your nightmares. No man, no god could ever forget the terrible deeds you have done.
In the end, knowing the visions of his past would never leave him, Kratos made his way to the bluffs overlooking the Aegean Sea.
The gods of Olympus have abandoned me. Now there is no hope.
And Kratos cast himself from the highest mountain in all of Greece. After 10 years of suffering, 10 years of endless nightmares, it would finally come to an end. Death would be his escape from madness. The fate of Kratos was
Except-
not as it seemed. The gods had other plans. Borne aloft like a feather, Kratos found himself risen from the sea and placed on solid earth.
You will not die this day, Kratos. The gods cannot allow one who has performed such service to perish by his own hand. Ares' tactics were brutal. His path of destruction had to be stopped. But now there is an empty throne in Olympus, and a new god of war is needed. Take these stairs, Kratos. They lead to your ultimate reward.
And then he turns out to be just like him. Yeah, pretty much. Well, I mean, with what he had survived so far, would that fall have even killed him? Could break his stuff. Yeah, I mean, he probably gave up at that point. How I can break this stuff? Stupid cow. That right there reminds me of when Conqueror's and Conqueror's Bad Fur Day sits on the throne.
Whenever men rode forth to battle for good cause or for evil, they did so under the watchful eye of the man who had defeated a god. They were driven forward by Kratos, the mortal who had become the new god of war.
Okay. You conquered God of War. Yes. Do what? Don't what? Oh. Okay, I will. I wanted to show you the retro achievements thing before. Before I end tonight. Cancel. Cancel. As soon as OBS catches up. Alright, game capture. Everything kind of frig out. Okay. Move this over here. This up here. All right. So this is PCSX2. This is the emulator that I'm using. And there's God of War right there. And so if you take, if you get all these games or whatever loaded up, and you go to just pick one of these, and then you go to down here, PCSX2 achievements or settings, go to achievements, and then it'll ask you to log in to retro achievements. And there's obviously the achievements. There's even a hardcore mode that's even more difficult. And then every time you get an achievement or you get on one more thing that's closer to it, then it'll let you know. But I'm going to show you the website. The achievements themselves is called Retro Achievements. All right, so the emulator that I was using is called PCSX2. It's up here. You have to link your Retro Achievements account, which is this right here. Sign in real quick. All right, so you see my little logo up here, and there's a profile. And as you can see, most recent game played is God of War. Yes, it's separate but compatible. It is not compatible with every emulator. It has a list of them, and I'll show you that in a second. But so um the most recent game that I played, God of War. Last 5 games played: Medieval 2, Spider-Man 2, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2, X-Men Mutant Academy 2. It's almost like there's a pattern so far. But yeah, it reckon as long as the device that you're playing on is connected to the internet, it will register it. Otherwise, it won't. Simple as that. Um, but then you can pick from these games if you're on the right emulator. So let's say that Nintendo 64. Largely I do, excuse me, largely I do play on my PC, but I also play on my Steam Deck. I have a PS2. I just have not set up emulation on the PS2. I've modded it. It has a hard drive in it. I can store all this stuff on it. I just haven't done it yet. So then it lists your last achievements in the order that you achieved them. Yes, I am using an Xbox controller, which I know is kind of a sacrilege. Why is my camera off? It is. It's okay though. Anyway, so this is my achievements. There we go. Sorry, just put myself back on the screen. I didn't realize I was down. Anyway, these are the achievements that I've done most recently, and you can see I did California games, some more of God of War, um, The Punisher, love The Punisher. Then there is Street Fighter 2010, The Final Fight. But anyway, so you kind of get the idea of what's going on. And you're going to see my room when I take the background filter off. Yeah, it is pretty cool. I really like it a lot. Cancel filters. So you see the room that I'm in, but this is the controller that I'm using. Give me just a second. Yes, it is very good for retro games. So this is my PS2. I do own one. And I changed this fan out and I put a hard drive in here, and I put the free McBoot software on here. So this essentially stores all of my PS2 games, and you can see them right up there on the shelf. One of which is God of War. And I have a video about modding this on my channel if you are interested in watching it. Yes, so this stuff does not work with the slim ones. It's a funny story about this too, because my daughter, yes, I have the original God of, yes, I do. Oh, no, 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 that's fine. You're good. Just sitting here chit chatting now. It's not really anything, any specific thing, but um, my daughter, she got physical therapy in home, and we got a new therapist, and we'd met him a couple of times and everything. Um, I probably would not sell my any of my collection. Um, I'm I'm trying to fill up these walls, and that I just I don't know. And come to think of it, I actually ordered my a copy of the strategy guide for God of War 1 today. It was like 15 bucks. God of War 2 is actually right about there on the shelf. But so anyway, the physical therapist, he was coming to the house, and then one day he shows up and he has this cardboard box in his hand. And I said, "What's in the box?" He said, "It's a dead animal." I said, "If you brought a dead animal in my house, we got a problem." But he's like, "No, no, no. I just here, open the box." And I opened the box, and this was in it. It was a little worse for wear because it'd been sitting in somebody's closet or attic or something. For a while, it had about 6 games with it. It had 2 controllers, and the black PS2 controller that came with the console, it didn't really work that well. I think some of the buttons got really sticky. There was a third-party Mad Catz controller that I used with it for a long time, and there was about 6 games with it. And when I saw it, I almost fainted, just simply because nobody has ever just given me a game console. And I never had a PS2 when I was younger, whenever it first came out. When it first came out, it came out in '02. I think it was, trying to remember it. It was either '01 or '02. No, it came out in 2000 because the Xbox came later to the market. It was in 2001. So anyway, I was about 18 years old whenever it was released. No, so I was very, very, very new to content creation. I was streaming on Twitch at that point, and I had told him that I did retro games, and that was my thing. And I had showed him how to get Halo on his computer without having to buy the Master Chief Collection, because he just wanted to use the controller. He didn't like the Master Chief Collection. He wanted, the original feel of it. And so I helped him get it set up. And then I guess as payment, he brought me this console whenever, he got a hold of it. He's like, I know somebody who would love this thing. So he got it and brought it to me. And, Yeah, but I've never been given a game console except for, like my parents and stuff. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of a thank you, and I mean, my flabbers were gasted, you know what I mean? So, so it was very, very nice of him to do that, and he didn't have to do it. He could have kept it for himself, but I don't know if he really had time to fool with it. But so we were talking earlier about favorite games of all time. Look right there. I found that out shopping with my wife and a friend one day, and normally that goes for about $250, and I got it for $90. Super Mario Brothers 3, exactly. And even on the cover, Mario is smiling. He's having fun. It is he knows how good the game he's in is. So he's smiling the entire time. It's the best game ever made. They've never had to patch it. They've never had to redo it. I mean, they made it prettier on the Super Nintendo and the Game Boy Advance, but the core gameplay never changed. No, Kratos, I don't know that Kratos ever smiles. He that's not his brand. But yeah. Oh, by the way, my wife, because of my retro gaming channel, my wife got me a pixelated Stitch shirt. So, Owen, do you play games on PC or console or both? Yep, Little Blue Menace. I call him the Disney Wolverine. Not that I have any love whatsoever for Wolverine. PS4 now used to have a PS5. Okay. I was just curious. I'm not I mean, I make jokes about the whole PC master race and everything, but I mean, if you want to play on console, play on console. You want to play on a PC, play on PC. I don't care. Whatever makes you happy. PlayStation all the way. Yeah. So I was a Nintendo kid because I started gaming in 1989. My first, the first game that I really tried to play, yeah, to each their own. But the first game that I really tried to play was Super Mario Brothers. By the way, Super Mario Brothers just celebrated its 40th anniversary, and it came out in 1985. I was born in 1984, so it's a year younger than me. Um, but I started in 89. I was a Nintendo kid up until 2000. Well, in 99, we got a Dreamcast, and I played a lot on the Dreamcast. And I still have a Dreamcast, not the original one because it got sold and stuff like that, but I found another one and bought it. I love that little console. Whoever was in charge of Sega at the time, and I know who it was, his name was Peter Moore. Um, he made the worst decisions I've ever seen just about any company head make. And they had this powerful little console that was unfortunately too far ahead of its time. And so it wound up flopping. And between that and what the damage that was done with the Sega Saturn, because they rushed it out, they changed dates and didn't give developers time for third party games to adjust to the new schedule, and so there were no games to play, and so everybody ignored it when they had a PlayStation to play with and a Nintendo 64. That was their options, and there were plenty of games for it. So gaming history is weird. Oh, and um, let me put these back up. I was talking to PS1 and 64. Yes, that those were the 5th generation. Yeah, and I mean, I didn't know it. I didn't know all this stuff at the time. I've gone back, and if you want a really good gaming history channel to watch, it's called The Gaming Historian. Um, he does a lot of really good deep dives, and I found his channel because he went into a deep dive of the history of that. And then I saw the history of Super Mario Brothers 2, which is really like interesting. Just to give you a quick synopsis of what happened with Super Mario Brothers 2. Um, the first game obviously broke records, all this kind of stuff, and people loved it, and they wanted Mario. They wanted Mario. They couldn't get enough of Mario, right? Nintendo was making money hand over fist, and these people, they're a trading card company, or excuse me, they're a playing card company, um, that started back in the 1800s. And so they decided to come out with the Nintendo Family Computer, otherwise known as the Famicom. So Super Mario Brothers, that was the first one that came out. It was a huge success. Okay, let's make another one. So the Japanese version of Super Mario Brothers 2 is so difficult that the president of Nintendo America told the Japanese corporate headquarters, Americans will not play this game. It is too hard. Um, and there was even a logo that's on the outside of it's on printed on the cartridge for Super Mario Brothers 2 on the Famicom. It says for advanced players only. Card game 1800s. Yeah. So I had the same reaction whenever I found that piece of information out. I was like, wait a minute, these people went from playing cards to video games. Okay, I mean, that's a interesting transition, but whatever. um, so yeah, the president of Nintendo America said Americans will not play this because it's too dang hard. And if you play Super Mario Brothers, the all Super Mario Brothers All Stars, and you can go look this up and verify all of it. That what's now known as the Lost Levels is the original Super Mario Brothers 2. And so Nintendo had to come up with what to do about the Super Mario Brothers 2 in America because they still wanted to send it to America. Consumers wanted a sequel to the first one, and they didn't have a lot of time in order to keep Mario on the brain. So it's kind of a marketing tactic. And they had this game called Doki Doki Panic. And essentially, they took the original characters out of Doki Doki Panic and threw Mario, Toad, Luigi, and Princess Toadstool in there and shipped it. That is essentially what happened to the game. It's interesting because I give Nintendo a lot of credit for innovation. That they, to me, I don't know if you've ever heard of the console. So two totally separate games, same title. Yes, exactly. It is two completely different games, same title. One's in America, one's in Japan. Let's see if I can pull that up. Okay, if you look right here, this is the seal that I was talking about. It says for super players. Basically, Super Mario Brothers 2 is really hard. That's the cover for Super Mario Brothers 2 in Japan. And oops. Obviously, this is the one for the United States. The Lost Levels is the actual game, correct? So this is on the Super Nintendo, and you see the Lost Levels right there, and then the American Super Mario Brothers 2. Yes, the third is the same in every country, as far as I know. So yeah, there's your gaming history lesson for today. I'm a big nerd. Um, like, let's see if you can see it. But I'm taking that computer apart to try and get it ready for somebody else. And then let's see here. I have Deus Ex, which is I collect gaming stuff. Okay, complete in box stuff, gaming strategy guides. But I'm also a huge Star Wars fan. So from there all the way to there is all Star Wars games. Um, right there is my PS2 collection or PS1 collection, which will be growing soon. And behind all that stuff is there's my two GameCube games. And then there's my N64 collection behind all that stuff. Then there's Super NES, and then NES, and Genesis. And then our original Xbox. Vader used the Force to tame that big beast to stop Palpatine and still failed horribly. Yeah, poor Anakin. Man, Anakin got played like a fiddle. That's all there is to it. I I, I love Star Wars, but he got done so dirty. There's a guy that I work with, and he had never seen Star Wars, and I was like, okay, oh yeah, his life was terrible. He's actually about your age. I think he's maybe 1 or 2 years younger, but anyway, so he was like, I've never seen Star Wars before. And I was like, this must change now. So he watched episode 1 and 2 at my house. And then right when we got to episode 3 came out in theaters earlier this year. So I took him, and we got a couple of guys from work together, and we all went and watched episode 3. Um, and I asked him, I was like, hey, what did you think of the movie? And he's like, the movie's awesome, but damn, Anakin got played. I was like, yeah, he did. He got played bad. And I was like, me and him talk about like, real life stuff. And I said, Star Wars is a cautionary tale of when anybody, doesn't matter who they are, when anybody gets too much power, you get too, what is it? Absolute power corrupts absolutely. He did do it to himself. I recognize that, but it would I have been any different given his situation? I don't think I would have, because I would have still wanted to save my mother. I would have still wanted to save my wife. I would, still want to try to save my kids. I would still want that family that he so desperately desired. Yeah, so many life lessons in Star Wars. Luminous beings are we, not this crude matter. Yeah, I love Star Wars. Um, and I wish, I so wish that um Lucasfilm Games would get their heads out of their posterior. Assuming how depressed he was in Ahsoka a bit. First 2 points, yes. They miserably failed him. Ahsoka, I don't know. I don't really blame Ahsoka for what she did, because she was also a child. I mean, let's call it for what it is. Ahsoka was a child. She had, much like Anakin, everything she knew betrayed her. And not him, but the Order. Yeah, I mean, the Order definitely betrayed Ahsoka also. Um, or betrayed her. Anyway, but I mean, she was a kid and she was acting out of emotion, just like Anakin was notorious for doing. So I don't really blame Ahsoka for leaving Anakin whenever she did. I know that it seems like from Rebels that she felt guilty for that, because, if she had been there, he wouldn't have fallen the dark side and all this kind of stuff. She probably carried that for years. Who knows? I mean, that's an interesting deep dive. I would love to I would love to hear Dave Filoni and George Lucas talk about that. Maybe they have yet. I don't know. But so yeah. Um, if you ever get a chance, yeah, absolutely. If you ever get a chance to play on any games on PC, there's one that I highly, highly recommend. I've had it on my channel before. As soon as I find it, I'll show it to you. Here we go. I'm gonna mute that. All right, so this is called Star Wars Movie Duels. If you've ever played Battlefront 3, or yeah, Battlefront 2, then you kind of get the gist of what's going on here. Turn this filter back on so I'm not taking up the whole thing. Anyway, so if you've ever played Battlefront 2, you kind of get the gist of what's going on here. However, this is a little bit different. There's a whole lot of stuff that you can do. Number one, you can play through the a game called Jedi Knight Jedi Academy. Best Star Wars game I've ever played. And Movie Duels is a mod for Jedi Academy. So it's kind of weird, but you can play the game inside the mod for the original game. I'll be right back. Okay. Dude, you have no idea. Like, I am so happy that I'm able, I mean, just my little channel here. I'm happy that you were able to cope with that kind of stuff. I Oh man. Well, I'm glad because um I worked years ago. I was about 27, 28 years old. I worked with teenagers and they are now your age. And so I'm really, like, seriously, I'm really happy that I'm able to help you through what you're dealing with, just by doing something that I find fun. Um Sharing old games with a new generation. So I'm I'm really happy about that. But anyway, so get my head back in streamer mode. So anyway, this is the game Jedi Academy, and part of the game you're playing through, you meet Luke. This is after the events of Return of the Jedi. And so Luke is building his new Jedi Academy, and you play as one of his new students. And um the mod they made where you can play the game inside the mod is just, I mean, it takes the original game and just cranks it up to 11 and rips the knob off and throws it off a cliff. It's so awesome. Trying to find a good part. This part had to deal with a bunch of sand people. And in the original game, you can't dress as Anakin, but I did just because I can. I thought it was funny. And you have basically every force power that I can think of. More sand people. I get knocked down a lot. So there's all your force powers. So here's absorb, heal, sense, protect, and some other stuff. Yeah, except it's way better. It is way better. These are your core force powers, like speed, jump, push, pull, saber throw, stuff like that. And then you have your dark side powers. You have grip, lightning, and I forget what the other ones are because I don't really use them. Um, but there's also other modes to this where you can play as just about any named character in the Star Wars universe, whether it's the extended universe or it's the 9 films. But we don't really talk about the 7, 8, and 9 here because they suck. Um, but if you ever get a chance, I highly, highly recommend it. Um, it's so much fun, and I love telling people about it, obviously, because so few people know about it. Yeah, 7, 8, and 9 is Disney's fever dream, whatever. I don't care what they say it is. That's not Star Wars. Um, Mark Hamill himself didn't even like playing that Luke Skywalker. He's like, maybe this is Jake Skywalker. This isn't my Luke Skywalker. So, oh, all I gotta say is don't screw it up. Apparently they fired or got rid of Kathleen Kennedy Yeah, that Luke was a joke. I mean, the Luke I know, he can move a black hole out of the way if he needed to. That dude wasn't no joke. Yeah, they got rid of Kathleen Kennedy, and I think Dave Filoni is taking over, not necessarily her job, but he's taken over creative decision making in Lucasfilm. Hopefully he can right the ship and get everything back on track and make people love Star Wars again. So there is a light side lightning. It's called Force Judgment. Plo Koon was the only person to ever use it. And this is not canon in any stretch of the imagination, but there is a YouTuber named Star Wars Theory, and he did kind of a what if animation for what if Order 66 failed. And in that, Plo Koon uses Force Judgment on Anakin to stop him because he's so powerful. He had to do something to subdue him. But yeah, Plo Koon used the light side version of Force Lightning. Oh, you like Star Wars Theory? Yeah, I do too. he's he's a good guy. And I've wanted. I mean, I can't really afford him right now, but I've wanted to get one of his lightsabers that he sells. It's called Theory Sabers. Because like in the bit for it, the ad for it, he takes it and beats it up against a tree. I'm like, okay, yes, I want one of those. But anyway, it is 1:30 in the morning, and I have to get up with a 2-year-old tomorrow, so I'm gonna have to go. Um, as always, it's very nice talking to you, Owen. Um, it oh nice. Are they as good as his advertisement? I'll be streaming tomorrow night. I'm not 100% sure what I'm gonna do since I finished God of War. Um, yes, I will stream tomorrow, and I don't know, maybe I'll just throw in some random Super Nintendo games and we'll have a lot of fun. But um, awesome, they are that good. All right, so anyway, for everybody who's watching who has not already, like the video, subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Until next time, work hard, play hard, game hard, but above all else, be excellent to each other. Bye.